Hey, Gary. They won't see what I'm doing, but you can. You and your cheap Wrangler, right? Crashing your vehicle. Oh, that. Trying to find where Cheryl went. Whoa, check that out. Cheryl, where could you be? It's strange. It's too quiet. This place is like a ghost town. Cheryl. Okay, let me use the tank controls. Ask. Okay. Snaps.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
I'm gonna see if the analog stick will be better on my fingers, because when it comes down to tank controls, you know as much as I do that it actually strains your fingers. I mean, Resident Evil, I guess, would be the way to say that does the same thing, but I was trying to see if... Okay, well, whatever. You don't have any weapon for you, babe. I'm sorry people ignore you. So does anybody want to, like, join up with me and do a fan recreation of this game at all? Yeah, these have weird controls to get back into after you've been playing Resident Evil. The remake, not the original. Controls. The 90s were weird. Strange, just getting darker. It's better than nothing, I guess. Here, you a smoker. Why would you have a lighter on you? Is it just plot convenience? Oh yeah, that's right. I watched Jacob's Ladder. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Look, wheelchair. What's this doing here? What's this? Weird controls to watch me struggle with taking controls all day today. I remember seeing this for the first time. It's disturbing.
What is this? What's going on here?
Oh no. Evil little children. They do a lot of damage. They're so annoying in the elementary level. It's like they didn't know how to really balance out the difficulty back then. And I'm talking like the elementary schools blocked by a fence. Why don't you just climb it, baby? Even with the barbed wire. Because if you go into his venue here, yeah.
Oh.
Hey, Sybil.
Was I dreaming?
How do you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm alright, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month. Short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Sybil Bennett. I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it. Now listen to me. Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting. And don't do it unless you have to. And don't go blasting me by mistake.
We're doing a glove
Got it?
just glitch.
Yeah, thanks.
You do best to stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
Bye, Sybil. Thank you, Sybil. Whatever, Sybil. I'm gonna try and go out the door. Maybe I should check for something useful before leaving. Yeah, like you didn't have that intention before leaving. Harry, 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 Harry. I would really like to see you be remade, but at this point, if Konami's not willing to do anything, we might as well, right? Radio? Is it broken? Can't hear anything. What makes this game so different from, say, 2 or 3? Well, for one, you're not compelled to do a speed run, and you can't complete it in, say, 3 hours. At least, how I've seen it be completed. Okay.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
I'm glad that we found Harry Mason's voice actor. No, Harry Berry. Argentary. We've been waiting for you. But you're not coming back, are you? Perhaps I should save it. That'd probably be smart. Study, damn it. You can't do the first person view until you beat the game the first time, or whatever. The first playthrough. Okay, Cheryl gone. I guess I'll check that alley again. I am going to take a detour towards 11th Street. No, wait. I can't do that until I get the key. So that means I have to, yeah. Because that way I know where to look for it, for the locations of the keys. I've been through some pretty rough, mind-boggling things myself, Silent Hill 2 style, and it's been a journey and a half to get what's back. Okay. So if I'm a little lost or whatever, it's one, because I haven't played this game in a while, and two, my memory isn't what it used to be. I'll do my best, though. I made a promise to Harry, and today needs to be the day that I get it done. So determined with these. turn with this directional pad. I don't like this controller, but it's better than nothing. So this would be the last game that I would see my dad play. I have this theory that something may have changed him, but it's not really worth a theory, if that makes sense. God, it's only giving me a whole lot more ammo than I would expect out of the remake, the Resident Evil remake. We gotta tell Konami, this is how remakes are supposed to be made for RE2. People saying survival horror is dead. Are you nuts? Come on, Harry, go check it. No. Check it, babe. Really? Am I confused? Have I been playing 5 and 7 or something?
Isn't this Cheryl's sketchbook? She's at the school.
Well, we're not going to be able to get there. There's something there. I know when they were making James, they based a lot of things off of Harry for the next gen console and all that. Okay, where are we going, Harry? We need to go down 11th Street, so we're heading left. I can't speed run this game like, say, Silent 2 or 3. I should have dodged that, damn it. I'm not going to use the pipe until we get to the school. Better off use this gun for now because of the air screamers, or as I probably call them, pterodactyls. Shh! They're dinosaurs. Does anybody remember to check down here? There it is. Doghouse, 11th Street. Really don't understand why it's so necessary there, but whatever. Does anybody want to... Oh, I'm gonna go for this. Come on, buddy. Is he still alive? No. Aren't they called groaners? Now, before anybody gets their panties all in a bunch, Yes, this is going to be a long playthrough or whatever. I know normally I like keeping my sessions within an hour and a half. That's what I've been doing for Resident Evil 2. But I'm in it for the long run because I know that within the time frame of me trying to get everything done. Wait, doesn't that look like... a bit of foreshadowing to me? Anyway. Down there, I think. Over there. Something is written on the map, hanging on the wall. Copy to map. Okay, and of course that has the 3 keys to whatever. On the way, we should hit up Convenience Store 8 so that we can grab some goodies. We got the 3 stuff there for the whatever, and then from there we're just gonna help me out here. I know I'm talking to an oblivious crowd, but still. Potatoes. To get that reference, like I'll give you $20 personally. I still plan on gathering all the screenshots for Silent Hill 3, but until I get everything arranged as to what is necessary to gather all the screenshots, such as getting Fraps back into my possession. God, I didn't really. But I think you get my point. At least I hope. There's your truck, Harry. Detour. Cars are being up to drive with a shovel. I hope she's safe. Isn't there 2 or just okay, whatever? There's just 1 that can still help. Maybe it's on hard mode. I would see if I could find like car keys to in the car. A lot of people don't do that. There's a jump scare. Whatever. We're not doing the UFO ending unless people want to see it another time. But you guys have been pretty spoiled, I think, or at least those who have been doing whatever in the Silent Army. I'm still looking to do what I can to preserve the originals. I've always gotten people mad at me, and I don't mean to offend anybody. You can like the later Silent Hill titles all you want, but you can't call it Silent Hill. And there's a lot of people who are like, but there's truth to this and there's truth to that. Just no, I'm not interested in whatever. I'm very firmly set as to what Team Silent created. Very firmly set as to. Darn it. Well, that didn't seem to affect anything. Very firmly set as to the vision, to that in general. I don't know. respect Harry. Harry needs to be respected just in general. People need to stop people need to stop ignoring him, if that makes sense. Because I feel like when it comes down to Silent Hill, and I love Silent Hill 2 as much as the next fan, or whatever. And Silent Hill 3 was pretty decent too. But when it comes down to Harry, who passionately talks about him? You know, the man who started it all, who started this series in general. Going the right way here? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to cross. You prick. Trying to shoo my other cat away. She likes to interrupt whatever I'm doing, and yeah, sure, sometimes okay, I totally understand that, but give me a damn break, okay? If I'm in the middle of something or whatever, and you know I'm busy, and you're just gonna be a dick. You know, especially knowing if I'm trying to do something important. This can go for really anybody. For, say, like when you're trying to game online, you can't pause the game. Okay, well, I can't. That's just a common rule. This doubles for recording. I know a lot of people are like, well, why don't you live stream and whatever. Well, when I live stream, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get more distracted than I am now. So I don't need that. I've considered the possibility of maybe doing short sessions, like say, like the concept that I've been just doing for Resident Evil 2. Everybody's thinking like it's the dog's head, by the way, into that the basket. I don't know, live stream is fine, but you know, trying to find the time to do that and then whatever else. I don't record videos as a full-time thing. People don't pay attention to me. I'm not that important. That's how it is. I enjoy games for what they are. People are rather filthy casuals, or they want to be elitist these days, and people just can't enjoy things. So, I'm gonna take a detour down to get some of those. Wasn't there? There was some. I know there was. What was it? First aid? First aid somewhere. Get it. I'm not gonna waste my time wandering as much as I should, or whatever. We got. We need one more key here. I hate how everything's become about gatekeeping, but the internet, you can't help that. When it comes to Silent Hill, I know I can be passionate, but there's a definition between knowing lore and being a dick and saying, I get to do whatever I want with the Silent Hill lore. No, there was already a set, number of rules there. And whatever else. That Team Silent were pretty good about that. I don't care if it's been the dimensions and in Otherworld. I've always known it as Otherworld. I don't know where I was going with that. Maybe it's in the Otherworld. Hey Harry, do you want to tell me? think it's with the other one because I had Groner or two, right? But yeah, I watched Jacob's Ladder. It was pretty good. For some reason, Tony Robbins reminded me a bit of my dad and he was struggling with. Really, Harry? You're a real asshole. Not you, Harry. I'm just talking about the dog there. Or the Groner. I really like that screenshot that I took of Harry going against those dogs. It was really cool. That's. I knew that was a screenshot that I would never take again. Going back up to Living Street then. You know what? And I love my cat and all that. And of course, you should love your animals if you ever plan on taking care of them. But I hate it when they're interrupting you during a most crucial time. It's like, why can't you just wait? So you kind of have to put your foot down and kind of don't do that. Just be patient, please. Wish I could get the katana. I always knew the katana was kind of. I'm gonna look at this real quick, hang on. Whatever. At least Harry's smart. Thank you, Harry. What? It's getting dark again. What's going on? Okay, so first, the elementary school is a pain in the ass when you're not doing it when you're doing it on hard mode. And, oh my god. I've been through that section multiple times. Makes me want to break controllers. The only other time I ever wanted to break a controller is when I was playing Uncharted 1. Oh my god. Crushing difficulty? Forget it. Taking a detour down Midwick. Down where the highway kind of connects. You guys can't see my finger. And then I'm going to go and straight shot from Midwick, because there isn't really a whole lot to gather during the darkness periods. It's not much, but whatever. Let's see, what's been going on with me? Resident 2. I'm trying to find time to work on my RPG again, which is a hard thing to do. Trying to say to people, oh, I'm a game developer. Oh, you must do that for a hobby. It stops becoming a hobby when you have to do it every day. And it's hard to motivate yourself because when you pull those long nights or 72-hour days or weekends, it can be draining. And there's a great difference between playing a game and making it. For me, the reason why I became a game developer, it was simple. I liked more so creating the environment and the world people will explore. I plan on doing a survival horror one day, more reminiscent of Silent Hill and Resident Evil. If I were to do if I were to do my own 3D survival horror, I would probably do it in the style of RH2 Remake, but heavily toned down on what enemies you encountered, unless you put it on like super hard mode and people wanted the challenge. I don't know, a lot of people say that, especially those here, a lot of people say that I would do pretty good with should I have gone to that bus? It's probably not gonna. Okay. Yeah. Well, I could have gone to that bus together. Or was it another health drink? But a lot of people here think that I would have done a really good survival horror. My passion for Silent Hill kind of foreshadowing that. And Silent Hill, if we don't do something soon, I have a feeling it's going to be forgotten. Because, think of it, there's no newer generation that's getting into Silent Hill. And the HD remake, don't get me started on that, but the HD remake was pretty terrible with that. What am I going to do first? I have to wander. It's a little bit. Now, I'm not, though I do plan on remaking Silent Hill 1, if I ever get the party to do it. I'm not the type to, I'm not the type to say, oh, I'm going to borrow heavily from whatever. Like, environments, if I get inspired to do stuff like that, then I'll do it. Probably should save it here, huh? Because I haven't saved it since the cafe, I don't think. Okay. I would like to do my own survival horror. Let's go through the courtyard first. This is where I'm going to become completely lost. Oh, darn it. I'm so glad that I don't have to keep these guys in hard mode. Can I say that without being pissy about it? Head up to the second floor, right? I think this is a completely different emulator than when I was first recording this. Neat. What is that anyway? I've always wondered what the hell that is. Some sort of human body and something small and thin. creepy little children. I know they're not actually like children. They're called like Marvel Stalkers or whatever. Silent Hill being remade, it could be done right. Now, I'm saying this because I've been playing the RE2 remake, and oh my god, that game has been blowing me away. I know it can be done right. If Konami wasn't so protective of their IP fans would be just put it off. It almost makes me want to cry. You know, here comes RE2, it's awesome with its remake, and then I look at Silent Hill and it's like, what the hell happened to you? You lost your identity, man. Don't you hate looking at people like that, you know, watching them slowly become a stranger? It's seriously like, watching one of your best friends become a stranger. Oh yeah, I gotta go back into the courtyard. Or slowly watching someone I love die. Either way. You told me inside. Is it best I just go here, do you think? Anyway, speaking of past weird regressions and just trying to connect with people in general, I made contact with my old art teacher, Mark. We went through some pretty crazy shit together. And I'm talking like I already had experience of having lost someone in my life, and he needed help to get through it. And there's just the whole history of me helping him out, helping him understand that what he was feeling was natural, and that the grieving process. And you know, here I am, 10 years later. Yes, it is. How sad is that? Where you have to hear a kid cry. But yeah, I haven't seen him in 10 years. I kind of figured, hey, we connect with him. I'm sending him things and whatever, and Christmas and his birthday is coming up here pretty quick. Oh my god, February. I can't believe that. He's just like, oh, life is good, life is grand, I'm tired now, and whatever. I think is going on to think that I was one of his big students. I just, I don't know, there was just a lot of things that I had to force myself to go through to re-experience with him, and I talked a lot about my dad around him, and I explained to him, as years go by, you're going to still think about them, and if there was anything you could have done to save the said person in your life, or there was complications, or the last words you'll ever say to them, you really got to consider what you say to somebody the last time you see them, or whenever you want to converse, or however. Is this the piano room? Yes, it is. Okay. I'll go ahead and do this. So, I have it written down, so it's... Actually, wait. I'm going to show you guys the poem first, because I like that poem. It's written in blood. A tale of birds without a voice. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. Then came the silent dove, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. A raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, just to show that he can. A swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to the bird. Finally, out comes a crow, coming quickly to stop, yawning and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? I have a sweatshirt off of this puzzle. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't say I remember a lot about my dad, but it was very weird because what was it, last week or so, I had a dream where I was in my childhood home from Vegas, and that was like one of those wait a second moments. I hate dreams like that, especially when you know you've had a troubling past with it. I'm kind of sitting there like, do I need to remember this? Jump scare here. Poor thing. Nothing to swim the locker. Nothing inside. That poor thing. I must be thinking of the other one. Where's it in this place? You killed the kid! How dare you kill the kid? Survival horror. A lot of people complain about tank controls, and I get it. You know, back then it seemed a little necessary, or however. But you know, as times adapt and whatever else. Oh yeah, I gotta put in the medallion first. Medallion. I'm in the middle. There's such a different atmosphere for this game that was never copied again. hit him. Seriously? I know, like, in hard mode, there's, like, double of those guys. I really do hate it. It's just a lot of those stalkers in here. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I'm glad that I started with the first series of everything that everybody's like now considering popular, such as Resident Evil and Silent Hill. The ironic part, you're gonna laugh at this. It was my mom who bought the games, but it was my dad who played them in front of me first. She said she didn't know what to expect. She just read the covers of the jewel case of the games and just got them. So I guess I owe some credit to my mom regarding that. Alrighty then, Harry. I wish there was another game that could copy the first Silent Hill's formula. I mean, I know a lot of people loved Silent Hill 2 and 3 and all that, but there's just something about Silent Hill 1 that's, like, drastically different. Is it because it's not based on, the protagonist's nightmares? Is it because it's based on the antagonist's nightmares? Is it simply because they couldn't grasp the concept anymore? Should I take the time and go through the library? No, probably not, right? Should probably just head to the other world, huh? Maybe it was the writing. Because I know a lot of people say, well, you'd be able to tell the difference or whatever. And when somebody imprints, like, their style or their perspective or whatever, when creating a game, it can be felt. Like, you could tell when certain members of the team for Silent Hill weren't present for, like, most of the game.
Where
That
am
makes
I?
any sense. Where am I?
Have I been here before?
See you later, Tron.
I don't remember this being here before.
Damn. I don't know. Don't get me wrong, I love 2 and 3, whatever, 2 being one of my favorites. But there's just such a different atmosphere, and it takes a while compared to the other games to I don't. You guys know what I mean? I don't know if it's rhetorical or not, or however. Does he ever comment about the fan? Do you remember if he comments about the fan? Or approach it carelessly? I'm surprised I didn't turn that into like a puzzle or something. I recommended the RE2 remake to my aunt. Oh, don't tell me it froze. Oh my god, no, don't tell me it froze! What's just with everything? Well, it looks like I'm going to be editing a lot more than I anticipated. See you guys in a minute.
Cheryl!
God, that took longer than necessary. It's really the simplest puzzle in the world, but I just couldn't take the time to do it. Dumbass me. Split head's gonna be here. I like how Harry doesn't really freak out in the middle of this, I guess. Okay. Well, I'm not here for the difficulty. There's Alyssa. Just one letter off of my own name. My name is spelled with a Y, hers with an E. But it's pronounced a little differently, as you would expect. Alyssa.
What was that?
Whatever. Little fact, I guess.
Who in the hell was that?
Where am I? Is this the boiler room? What's going on here? Gordon key. I hear a church bell, maybe? Who's ringing the bell? But yeah, what really hit home with my dad was that, he said, that if there was any situation that I would be in a situation like this, he would do the same thing for me. He would make sure that I'd be okay, that somehow he'd be able to look for me. And it was so hard because when he pulled what he did, the actions, I couldn't help but to think he broke a promise. If you're suffering, because I know I suffer from very bad side effects of my mental illness, seek help. And I'm being serious about this. We all get ourselves into some pretty crazy things in our lives and whatever else. But seek helps. Reach out to someone, anyone, doesn't matter. Go with people who might understand your situation, might care. I don't know where I'm going with this. So I even know where Gordon is. Is it the alleyway? Right? No, it's one of the houses, right? Whatever, I'm gonna wander a little bit. But, the pain of suicide and dealing with that, it doesn't just go away as people would want it. You know, and people who are stuck in that mindset, they want an easy way out. Maybe I should change my handgun. Down here then? Okay. But hell, if you want to go and talk to me about it, I'll be willing. Obviously, having experience, people tend to lean into me more than expected. And that's kind of something that I prepared myself. It's an owl, Harry. I kind of prepared myself for, as I got older. Like with Mark, for example, I was only 17 when he was going through his troubles and whatever. And I'm glad that, the refrigerator is empty. I'm glad that I helped him through that too, because living without a parent can be stressful. Trying to get past the fact that that you're not going to see them every day is another thing. It's the same way with really anybody that you lose or anybody that you care about. I've had enough people in my life that I've had to adapt to things that I'm not proud of, but at the same time I'm glad I had the experiences because it brought me closer to people who would otherwise I don't want to necessarily say disregard the experiences. Everybody grieves differently. Everybody processes the information differently. It took me a good couple of years to process that around me. And then on top of which, my mom being remarried. But I shouldn't, I shouldn't detail that. I'm sure I detailed it somewhere down the line before. I just don't remember. And it's kind of ingrained into my personality too, because if somebody's helpless, I can't just sit around and expect it to happen. Or whatever. Die, please. You're a pain in my ass. Really? Sorry, Harry. Silent Hill will always have a special place in my heart because it showed me what was necessary in terms of even my own dad. You know, Silent Hill 2, I was expecting, to see Harry again and whatever, and ended up being a completely different protagonist. And that perspective kind of helped me understand where my dad was coming from in terms of his pain, because I wasn't able to talk to him about it. Nobody was. And the moment you start closing other people off, knowing well that you need the help, don't ignore it. You know, don't say, "Oh, I'm fine." That's right, I'm not on Game Plus. There's the church. Hey, Dahlia.
Were you ringing that bell?
No, it was someone else.
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?
The girl? You're talking about Cheryl.
I see everything.
You know something. Tell me.
Stay back. Nothing is to be gained from floundering about at random.
Sometimes.
You must follow the path. The path of the hermit concealed by Flauros.
What? What are you talking about?
Here, the Flauros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late.
Wait! Don't go yet!
That's every player's first experience, Harry. It's okay. Silent Hill did something right. Okay? Obviously, it did a lot right. When it comes down to items, and you don't want characters or people to miss important items, put them on top of the main item first. I know a lot of people don't talk about that. Okay. Mini heart attack. Don't tell me it was gonna freeze again! Fucking hell, I don't need that. Okay, so what's the rule? If Silent Hill doesn't kill you, the gas price. What the hell? It's even more expensive than the RE2 remake. But anyway, still really good gas prices. $1.17, my god. $0.06 of formula hell. Okay. Wasn't there a door open here? Or something? Am I just thinking of, Am I thinking of, New Game Plus here? No, there it is. Isn't there something really good around the corner? Am I thinking of that drill? Whatever, extra ammo is always good. Jesus Christ, I didn't even see that. know by the time I get this done and then try and to connect all these clips and all that. Oh my god. I'm gonna push for it though. Really trying to get it done by today, but just with the R2 remake and then everything else kind of falling under suit with that. Oh my god, I wasn't able to keep track of anything. Sorry. Can we just pretend Shattered Memories never happened, Harry? Please. Should we go down to the police station first and get that out of the way? Probably should, huh? It's just right around the corner, Harry. Okay, good. God, times really change in the span of 20 years. What is that anyway? In terms of that picture, I'll have to probably look at it in first person mode. Because it almost looks like Jack Nicholson. There's something on it. Product only available in select areas of Silent Hill. Raw material is White Claudia, a plant particular to the region. Manufactured here, dealers equals manufacturer. And I think that's what makes a Glophodus. Or is that completely different? No, I think it's completely different. There's a memo on the desk. Coroner sealed called Officer Guzzi unlikely to be murdered. He apparently died naturally, but the medical report show for secrecy had no prior symptoms of heart disease. Yeah, when it comes down to to White Claudia, there's a really strange theory, which I agree with, that when people enter Silent Hill, they're inhaling White Claudia, and that's what makes the fog. It's really quite an interesting theory. Why are you stalking me? You're not Mr. X. Comparison there. Sounds about right, though. Just going the right way. Oh, Miller. He magically disappears. Smart. Deal with them. It's where you meet I can't even remember his name. Is it Gordon? Kaufman, fucking. My brain. Payphones. I don't get how an air screamer. Never mind.
Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
Thank God, another human being.
Do you work here?
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist.
They do now.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7. Short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
So long. Good luck out there.
Don't you love it when you go and try and pick up an item? And they're like, nothing unusual. It's like, it's right there, you prick. I do it all the time in Resident Evil. We never got that newspaper clipping. It's a bug in the North American version. Kind of sucks. I would definitely love to redesign this. I don't know, maybe look a little more updated. Phone's out, can't get a dial tone. Everybody's in on it, Harry. They're coming to get you, Harry. They're coming to get you. I'm pretty sure there's a fan base for Harry, though. Isn't that right, Harry? Guess everything I'm saying is rhetorical, because no one can talk back to me. There's the liquid. Does anybody remember how it, like, gives off the hint that you need to use it on Sybil, even without a guide? Because I don't recall my dad even saying anything about knowing where to use it. Don't need to be all mysterious. If you examine the broken ones, they give you stuff. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. I don't know. Such a charm to this one. I'm thinking I'm hungry and I'm starving. I mean, like, if I snapped through this, would you guys get mad at me? I'll try to be discreet about it as possible. Yeah, not gonna happen. Think what it wants me to do. Because I know you can't access any of the doors. It's a weird thing. Where'd start to a place like this? Also a little tedious. I would have been more considerate. Hey, what's that? Okay. There it is. I'm gonna snack. We're gonna be here for a while. I know this floor technically doesn't exist, but wouldn't you want to wonder what kind of rooms were held in here? Okay, that's it. Oh, you guys can probably hear that. It's very good. Really just debating maybe to get something to eat. Probably now. Let's see. Will I have time for anything in video compressions? Probably not. I can wait. That's all I can see in the world for me. It gets me every single time. I think it's an interesting twist. Creature that you see on their back. And I know that was based off of Jacob's Ladder, right? That doesn't matter. That's not gonna do any good. I should save it though, huh? I have a panic attack that's going to appears on me. And you know what? Hang on. I'm gonna go ahead and get some snacking out of the way. So that way I'm not distracted and saying to myself, I should really eat something. Bitching about it the whole time. So, see you guys in a minute. There, now I won't complain as much. Hey, Harry. Okay. Not that. Just check a second time, just in case. I feel so much better if I just have that. I might as well keep it on me. I don't know. I can't be seen to make up my mind. 15. key with it anyway. That won't be until later, I don't think. Linen and things. Not that exciting as a streamer, anyway. I don't know, maybe it's because I don't over dramatize things. That's what somebody said to me once. Really? As I just explained it earlier. Harry, it's right there. What the hell? Thank you. They're what? They're seen. Okay. Must about empty bottles, I think. Yeah, there it is. The blood pack for the hentai monster. I'm kidding. Haha, laugh. Certain hill stuff. I know Sarah was asking me what I was doing earlier. Take that. God, maybe as I get older, I'm going to start preferring this game more and more. Silent 1 has a weird way of, Silent 1 has a weird way of slowly growing on you. A lot of people really liked it at first because it's so confusing. It took me several years to. It's just lock. It's probably is. Yeah, I figured. Okay. I'm supposed to be going down in my basement. For all of it. How many bullets do I have? Would I be okay using that? Oh, yeah. I'll be okay for at least a little bit. There it is. I prefer this, this melee weapon. It's locked. Are we really supposed to be doing that yet? Well, hang on. Before I start talking to myself here. Yeah, Resident Evil really made me more confident in a lot of different things. to be more active and not just stay in one place, because when it comes down to old design, you're used to staying one place. Whatever else. If that makes sense. I swear to God, this game gives me a heart attack every single time it freezes and I'm thinking, oh my god. Don't tell me I have to restart it. There we go. What? It's a broken vending machine. Would like to see, thank you. Okay, imagine being 9 years old, just coming off the fresh bones of being traumatized when you were 6 with zombies, and then being traumatized again when you were 8 with zombies. And then this game comes out with those sound effects. No. Good, thank you. Sound effects. Makes you throw things out the window, right? You're still alive, seriously? I thought it took care of you. Hypocrite. Come on. Bye. How's your health, Harry? Good? Okay. God, I played a lot of horror games when I was a kid. But then you gotta say to yourself, it's not really all that bad, because that was really the peak of horror itself, was Silent Hill and Resident Evil, at least in terms of gaming. So to let you know, guys, I'm not like right next to the microphone, but I'm like, I don't know, a good foot from it, or I'm being lazy in a chair. That's how far away I am from the laptop microphone. It's a good microphone, but when it comes and picks up the game and I'm recording, it makes me mad. It makes me pissy. So I have to go and arrange volumes and things. Okay, so let's keep this recording. No, I'm not gonna do that. Do you guys believe in the whole blood types and whatever that Japan does? It's just that single room with a jump scare. They put rooms in like that for that. Yeah, I forgot about stuff like that though. Excuse me, thank you. Wait. No, it's not there. Okay. It's locked. A sound is heard from beyond the door. Yeah, because Lisa's behind there. Say hello to Lisa, Harry. It's very tragic what happened to her. Am I going up to the 3rd floor again? think we're going down floor by floor, right? Can you imagine this being remade? I mean, like, I know that one mod, Alchemilla, which I really we're gonna finish and play through. Hello. I guess I can call this a more casual playthrough, but that's not going to take me 11 hours to do it. At least I hope not. Look at him. Oh. It's tentacle arms. You want your blood? You got tentacle arms. Plate of the Mad Hatter. I'll write this down real quick because it's easy enough to remember. I just gotta write it down. It's such a weird notebook that I have. Scraps of written notes as if like I'm gonna use it. It has a map of something I was gonna create, but that never happened. So the top one is blank orange blank purple blank black and blank. Clouds, wait, sky on a sunny day. Isn't that blue? Tangerines, taste bitter. Green. Violets in the garden. Dandelions along the path. Second time. Okay. Thank you very much. Mark was funny. there was this painting that I was doing relating to scenery or landscape from Final Fantasy, and instead he saw like a Wizard of Oz thing. He said, "What are you gonna put Emerald Green, Emerald City there in the background?" Wait. That was the cool one. Okay. But it was just hilarious because he thought that the surrounding area was supposed to be poppies, but for me they were supposed to be like lilies or dandelions. Of course, he likes to make fun of me every now and then about my work that I do. And I think he was surprised that I came back to him, or at least in a sense of form. And he's just like, "Oh, I haven't heard from you in years. Are you doing okay?" And tell me he was in Wisconsin. Cut up. I talk to him every now and again. It's great. I don't know. He presented himself as a father figure that I needed while growing up, and I'm thankful for someone like him too. Because even though I helped him through a lot of stuff, there was things that we learned from each other that we benefited from. I wish I could have more relationships like that, I guess, or friendships even. God, you were waiting for me, huh? Check around first and then go for the solution. Whatever happened to exploration in, say, survival horror games? Come on. Let's get the show on the road. Backtracking doesn't have to feel like it's a necessity. You can do it right, and Resident Evil 2 does it right. That's a long story that I know a lot of people are starting to give me this weird look for. Isn't there that tape in here or something? Or whatever. Harry, tell me. You'll never get over the fact that you're Dracula. It was all just a ruse. You had to say one of the most iconic lines ever. And I'll never get over that. It's worth it though. Do all that stuff because I'm already back on the first floor, which that's interesting. think the door's locked over here. Or jammed. No, you can't go through there. It's jammed. Going back down to the basement, that's right. Don't give me a heart attack, I don't need that. Empty bottles. Come on.
Oh! Oh!
Hey guys.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
All this, he's just fine.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Squirm. Just not a jump scare.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Harry, pick up the tape, Harry. Okay, so you guys are gonna laugh at this, okay? I have an uncle and an aunt named Harry and Carrie. They get a kick out of it every time. But what are the chances for that, you know? And her name is spelled with a K. I thought that was, like, really cool.
What's this? Looks like someone's been here.
Alyssa, examination room key. Rituals and ritualistic sacrifice. How to do it wrong. Is there anything I'm missing? Doesn't look like it. I like how they redid it in Spaniel 3. Oh, excuse me. Well, there's that sneeze that came from from Resident Evil. I like to joke about that because I couldn't sneeze during that. Mystery of the Universe. Come on.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
I always wondered where this one. Why this was here. It's all there just for imagery. When am I going to get around to Single 3? But no, that won't be for a while. Maybe March, April. I don't feel almost bad for that, but at the same time, you know, life tends to happen, so I can't get mad for that. Are we going back up? Going back up. Music completely stops, gives me a heart attack because I don't know if it's gonna freeze.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement?
No? Why? Is there something down there?
You don't know? Don't you work here?
We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there?
Well, it's... Damn! My head.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
Was I dreaming?
You were too late.
It's you.
Yes, Dahlia Gillespie.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness. The town is being devoured by darkness. Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Believe the evidence of your eyes. The other church in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town?
So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean?
It is the mark of Samael.
Metatron.
Don't let it be completed.
Hey, wait!
Okay, so I'm out of here for now. Should probably save it on the way out just in case. I haven't saved it. I've only been playing for almost 2 hours and I'm about halfway, I'm guessing. Take a left on Simmons Street. You know, I always wondered if, isn't there something here? Going around the enemy. Yes, there is. Well, whatever I got when I was here. What's thing called rompers or something? If I remember correctly. I'm supposed to try them. Okay, great. There's the town center. I like how this clock just explodes in your face when you solve it. Are we good here? Are we going into the other world, Harry?
What's this?
Harry!
Sybil?
I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts.
What are you doing here? I thought you left town.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you.
You
I
could have been
couldn't
like,
get
hey.
out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
I did see a girl.
Was it Cheryl?
I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated.
What? So then Cheryl...
It was like she was walking on thin air.
Hmm?
What about you? Anything?
Good Lake does things to you.
Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her?
Dahlia Gillespie. No. And?
She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means?
Darkness devouring the town? Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The Force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out. And the investigation is stalled.
What could drug trafficking have to do with all this?
Everything, Harry.
I really don't know.
Everything, Sybil.
But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of.
Hmm.
What's this?
Just
An obvious
discovered it.
hole.
Maybe there's something back there.
Let's have a look.
No.
Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first.
I'm a cop. I should go.
No, I'm going.
All right.
Okay, Leon.
I'll cover you from here.
It's
Be careful. If
this
anything looks
conversation.
fishy, get back here on the double.
Okay. Sybil,
Yeah?
do you know anything about... well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there, and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really.
Welcome to the Astro.
It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry.
Oh, Harry.
Oh,
Oh.
I was just wondering. Never mind.
Harry. You're tired.
Yeah, maybe.
This whole conversation reminds me of if Claire and Leon ever switched places. Or switched roles. Now, in this area, the axe can be really hard to,
What's this?
not hard.
Some kind of altar.
You can
Never
easily...
seen anything like this before. Maybe this is the other church.
You can easily miss this axe on the wall. That's what I was trying to get to. And then, of course, the white substance inside this is... I know. If anybody knows what this is, let me know. Because I've been trying to figure that out for a long time. Too bad you can't go through here, you know?
What the?
It burns.
Harry? Are you okay? Harry? Harry?
everywhere.
Harry,
Lisa? Then I'm in the hospital?
you were having a bad dream.
Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about.
Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie?
Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since.
Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
The town devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there really wasn't anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out, you gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it.
A cult?
Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up.
Was that another dream? Did I pass out again?
I don't think so, but this is all just going on in my head. I could have had a bad car accident, now laying unconscious in a hospital bed. I don't really know what's real anymore. Sybil said Cheryl was heading towards the lake, but the road to the lake is blocked. Are there any other roads? Lisa would probably know. I like this camera angle, but if you're trying to, it was really weird how I got it to do so before. It did like a total 360 on me once. Anyway. I gotta go through the town center again, right? Keep going, babe. This is when enemies get like insane high. Holy shit. Did he nom on you, Harry? You seem to still be okay. Virgin mobile. Nothing unusual. Okay, I'm at the town center.
Cheryl!
There must have been something my dad connected with to Harry's story anyway. But there was a part of him that I think I could understand. But I guess the other thing is just crazy, because there's a part of me that solely believes that he would have preferred Silent Hill 3 over Silent Hill 2. If he was still alive, of course. We're gonna be heading for a boss battle here, babe. Probably want to gear up. I'll probably save it before I do so, just as a precaution. But yeah, at a dad's perspective, you know, a lot of people said, even on the commentary of the Silent Hill movie, oh, dads don't care as much as dads don't care as much as wives do, or women do, or whatever. That's completely false. I don't know, why would you want to assume shit like that? Harry is not some sort of chick. Okay? I don't care what anybody says. Sorry. Just, I didn't mean... But seriously, Harry isn't a chick. Harry's Harry. Let's take care of this bastard, huh, Harry? Bastard that turns into a moth. Right? No, I'm not leaving here until I get my rifle, at least. I remember my dad, reaching up to, like, right before the moth fight, and he said to my brother, Sean, you better not, defeat that moth monster. I wanna see what's going on. Don't get past the hospital. And my brother disobeyed him. Dad! Sean's playing past the part. Sean, stop that! I miss him. My dad, I mean. The pain doesn't go away, but it gets easier to handle. 90s were all about cults and stuff like that. The 90s was like a weird time for horror movies, but at the same time, it was amazing. Bastard. There's our sealed Metatron. Does anybody remember if there's anything good at the police station second time around? Oh, get off of me! Stop nomming on me! You were not a zombie, damn it! I'm still very upset. Okay. That's it then? Okay. Okay. The downfall about these controls is that... Hang on, I'll explain in a second. Is that you can't dodge while you're moving. You have to stop in your tracks and then dodge. I mean, I'm pretty sure if they remade it or something to that effect, they would have improved on that.
Harry!
Glad you're okay.
Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone.
I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake?
The lake? You take Bachman Road.
The road's blocked.
Well, that's the only way out there.
Are you sure? There's gotta be another way.
Wait! I just remembered something!
Oh!
There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake.
Really? You think
Really?
I can get to the lake from there?
I've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out.
If there's a chance, I've got to try.
Harry, don't go! I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it.
How
You
about
guys
coming
can
with
talk.
me? This may not be the safest place in the world either.
In the
Can't
town.
promise you anything, but I'll do my best to protect you.
No. Somehow I feel I'm not supposed to leave this place. Oh, Harry, I'm so scared. I'm cold.
Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter.
Harry?
That dialogue is so awkward. I would have rewritten it to be at least a little bit better. I wouldn't. That's like a really lame excuse. Oh, we shouldn't leave here because, you know, they this, and this. Whatever bullshit. Come on. Somehow I feel as if I shouldn't leave this place. But somehow it's just still dangerous than whatever the hell is going on out there. So I might as well stay here. I can just imagine Harry giving her this look like, have you completely lost your mind? I get that line from House, by the way, for people who are wondering. Great show, House. Wait, I should get the hunting rifle. Because this is where I fight the moth beast thing. By the way, this game is no cakewalk when it comes down to it. At least when it comes down to, like, hard mode. Oh my god, hard mode makes you wish that Samael didn't do much to hurt you or whatever, you know? Ow. I'm sorry. It does look like it hurt. It's almost as if, like, Harry is battling the monsters to relieve Alessa from her nightmare. If that makes any sense. Did anybody make any references to that? It's just a theory, not a game theory. Don't say that. I heard MatPat's been getting into a lot of strange controversies. I don't know. When it comes down to drama, I kind of want to stay out of it. Unless it directly affects me, or however, or I'm passionate about something, or something to that effect. I guess it's hard to explain. Never mind. I really do hate how I have to kind of operate it with two hands in order to move it correctly. I shouldn't have to do that. Magically. That's right, you don't have to magically run down, you just poof! It's like the genie. Poof, what do you need? Poof, what do you need? Poof, what do you need? This must be that waterworks Lisa was talking about. And by the way, I know a lot of people are like, I don't want Will Smith to be the genie. Well, excuse the hell out of me. We can't exactly get Robin Williams. I mean, like, Don Castellaneta, I believe he is on that did Homer Simpson, though. Do I seriously have to examine it? Is that spell room? Hang on, babe. Is it spell room? My brain's been really weird about it. Sound effect. I hate the sewers. At least there's no big alligator waiting to clomp down on me or whatever. It's not really a spoiler, everybody knows that reference. And I know in these sewers, they tend to have you go around in circles a lot for whatever reason. Don't blame us, it's just hard to navigate. Everything kind of looks the same. Hate the monsters though, because you can't identify them with your radio. These guys give lickers a run for their money. Did I say that? No, God, no. Liquors are worse. Oh, no, methods worse. Harry, don't feel bad. Whatever. This area led to, more ammo and a health drink and I hope nobody's bored. The place can be pretty quiet. But I'll make enough ruckus for everyone to roll. Cloud, you never will. Where the hell are you, man? If Leon is appearing before you, there's seriously something wrong. Go around. See the stairs? Go through. I mean, the sewers are interesting. They just kind of look all the same-ish. Can you imagine the guy who like creates any sort of sound effects for like video games and stuff like that? That's gonna be... Oh god! I think this game had more jump scares than say 2 and 3. Even 4 for that matter. No, 4 had a few jump scares. Am I going the right way? No, I'm not. Harry, why don't you tell me that? James doesn't have a lot of jump scares in his playthrough. I'm so used to that. The only time I felt panic was when that glitch happened. I should have recorded that. That would have been amazing. That was before I had anything good, though. I hate being lost lost in this area. But yeah, I was going through like the hardest difficulty on Silent Hill 2, and Pyramid Head kept on killing Maria, and I got mad. So eventually the game decided to go, hey, guess what? Which made me extremely irritated and mad. Is there anything even in here? No? Okay. I am so lost. Harry, you know where we're going. I hate the sewers. Are we going down here? I think we're going over here, right? Well, if a jump scare appears, then I know. My brain is not here. Blink, motherfucker! Pick it up, Harry. Thank you, Harry. You got bugs, Harry. Okay. Ah! Okay, no. No! No. Bad lurker wannabe. Whatever the fuck you're called. I don't remember what they're called. Bad things that hop on ceilings. Bad things. I think sometimes they were just like, screw it, we're not going to have them bend down every single time you need to pick up an item. Whoa! Is that the one that... Yes, it is. Here comes the most annoying jump scare ever. I like how you have the ability to weave in between these things, this area in general. Can you imagine? Really, it'd be fun to make sound effects, but then, you know, did you ever see them get made? They look, I don't know, amazing, I guess, or sound amazing, or the way that people find, like, how to do sound effects and the most strange things. control you. I've been playing the remake. I've been spoiled with not take controls. Mr. X and the anxiety of that. Oh my god. Goody. Let's get going, Harry. You know I'm gonna keep making fun of that. Damn right I'm gonna save it. I'm also gonna take a quick break here. Hang on. Of course, you guys won't know. I had to get everything set up and rearranged so that by the time I start compressing this video and whatever, I don't have any complications. I am almost done. I got the Kaufman side quest to do here real quick. And then it's down to wherever Sybil's at. The map is straight up ahead, babe. I like how it's like conveniently placed there. It's like information. Hey, idiot, grab a map. I'm easily amused, can't you tell? I believe if they go to Anne's bar, right? Annie's bar for Kaufman, and Kaufman drops the seat, and then stupid shit, right? Hey, Kaufman.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I guess so. But I'm beat. I thought I was a goner there. So how'd it go? Did you find a way out?
No, not yet. How about you?
Zip. But it's too soon to give up. This craziness can't go on forever.
Yeah?
A military rescue squad should be here any time now. If they come through the town, we're home free.
I hope so.
I better get going. This isn't the time to stand around flapping our gums.
Okay.
Do you know a girl called Alessa?
No.
No. I don't need to save it here. There it is. Coffin Russian job. This is full of stuff. Coffin key. And the receipt. Zero 473. Okay. Watch me forget it. Really, Harry? You're gonna run right into it. What the hell, Harry? I love you, but really... Zero. 4. You doing okay? Freddy X. Okay. Whatever you say, not FedEx. It's 20th. He came by. I handed him the package that woman left here. September 12th. He showed up in Norman's too. Don't want to be involved with the likes of them anymore, but I'm getting creeped out. Even more than ever before. Thought of leaving the town, but I'm afraid what will happen if I do. Isn't that called extortion or blackmail or something? This is 30, okay. Where's that key? What's this? Drugs? I think that's White Claudia, right? Pen. I'm gonna write that on my hand. I'm gonna forget about it later, watch. 8, 6. The Tobacco Daily. Consciously, I don't know what I'm doing. Subconsciously, my brain knows what I'm doing. Which is weird. And then we head down, which is which way here? This way. If that was me, I would have taken the piece of paper with me instead of just leaving it there. I would have been like, "Hey, it looks like a code. Looks like I should take it with me." But nope, we don't have magical memos. So there's the hospital. Wait, didn't they say there was a glitch? Oh, this the same thing. Suspicious deaths continue. Like an anti-drug mayor of narcotics officer dies of a sudden heart attack. 10th. So it's a while. Don't want to be involved and disobey. He probably linked the death of the mayor with the others. Is there something I'm missing? Is that the magnet? With a magical piece of string. I'll be back in a minute. What the hell is that anyway? There's a crack. Nope, I need to know what the hell poster is that on the wall, Harry. Could care less about the crack in the floor after I got what I needed. Bed. Drink. There better not be. Fucking, if there was somebody inside. God damn, no. Should have unlocked it on the other side. I'm an idiot. Gotta admit, that's pretty creepy. Dust. Whatever's in there, and then... Come on, Harry. You go. Gluffahutus. It looks like the busted vial I found at the director's office at the hospital.
Give me that.
What is this?
A Gluffahutus. A Gluffatus.
That's none of your business.
A Gluffatus.
Instead of messing with that, how about coming up with a way to get out of here? You shouldn't be hanging around here goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here.
Okay, take it easy.
Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it?
Meow! Kitty can scratch! That guy's gotta be involved. Man, was he pissed? In such a rush, too. That was probably dope in the bottle anyway. Better let him has it. There's more in my life a mistake. I guess I wasted my time. Better hurry. I'm worried about Cheryl. Why were you worried about Cheryl the whole time you were here, Harry? Did you ever think about that? Am I going the right way if I go this way? Yeah.
What's this? Oh. Oh.
Not again. No, this time it feels different. Rather than shifting from reality into a nightmare. This is more like reality becoming a nightmare. I don't like this feeling. Like something bad will happen. No doubt something terrible is going on. Oh, how I argued to my brother about how everything about Homecoming was just weird. But this, and this, he says with facts. If they made it, it's official. Just like arguing about Mr. X and Tyrant. Keep on telling him that call it Mr. X. It's Tyrant. It's Mr. X. It's Tyrant. We're there yet, Harry? We should be there soon, right? Okay, we're good. I am that bad at it. If not, I'm gonna like modify the RE2 engine and play Silent Hill. That sounds like something I would do. God help me.
Sybil,
Harry!
how did you get back here?
I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence?
Yeah. I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you.
You were worried? Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town?
This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. But now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what that lady was talking about.
Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it.
Look, I don't understand it all myself. I guess I can't explain it.
Well, what's making this happen?
I don't know that either. But I do know Cheryl is there.
There?
Under whoever created this darkness. Cheryl is somewhere and she needs my help.
Harry, this whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest.
Sybil,
The demon is awakening, spreading those wings.
Dahlia Gillespie.
Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come. And what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only 2 left. To seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, darkness will cover the sun. The dead will walk and martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. everyone will die.
So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl.
It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon taking that child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it is too late. Stop it! Stop it!
What do I do?
Go to the lighthouse on the lake. And to the center of the amusement park. Make haste. You are the only hope.
Look, Harry. I really don't get what's going on. But if there's a chance we can save your daughter, I'm in. I'll check out the amusement park. You go to the lighthouse.
Sybil, thanks.
You will need to use it.
Use what?
The Flauros. Only with that can you stop it.
What about Sybil?
They don't really care, Harry. Let's just get going, huh? God, I have enough healing items, don't you think? Well, they're gonna be all taken away from me as I'm battling Samael. Okay, where am I going here, Harry? This way, Harry. The Marcus of Metatron. I was having nightmares. Did I ever tell anybody about this story? That I actually used the Seal of Metatron. Seriously? Whatever. If you give things enough power, it becomes a whole other thing. It's what I've always learned throughout my years. And if you don't learn how to control that, you know, they say wishful thinking, be careful what you wish for, all that. You should be. Am I going the right way here, Harry? Yes, I am. Okay. My bad, babe. God, I hate. I'm struggling! Harry!
Wait!
Poof.
Damn, I was too late.
Why is that a question? I don't get it. That's a statement. You know, spiral stairs are Tank Control's worst enemy. survival horror. When the enemies aren't your problem, the stairs are.
Sybil hasn't come back.
I'm sorry.
That creep's sure to show up at the amusement park pretty soon. Let me be on time.
Never! I'm sorry. Harry, you know I love you. I'm gonna say it before I engage Sybil. No! No! Fine. Another obvious sign of that's the Metatron. Holy shit, is that what you were shooting at, Harry? Oh, I can't wait till I get back into Resident Evil. Okay. So, should we do the glitch? Nah, that wouldn't be giving Sybil a fair fight. The save point is over here. You're so cute. Can I have one as a pet? I am weird. I want one of those larval stalkers as a pet and Mr. X. I don't remember where. It's hard to navigate with all this darkness. But yeah, I would love to have Mr. X as a bodyguard. Can you imagine him just roar? What's that one? This place makes you wander the most when you don't remember where you're going. Oh my god. Well, I have to find it eventually. Keyword. Sewers. Hate having to navigate this place, especially when you haven't seen this place in a long while. Where do I go? What do I do? There it is. Hey there, Sybil. Let's crack a lackin'. Really, Harry? You had an opening! Fucking hell. Well, who's messaging me? Can it wait? I'm in a boss battle. Please and thank you. Mark, if it's you, I don't mean to be pissy. Is there by any chance I can... Here's this on you now. Thank you. Ew. Gotta wonder what is in that drug, you know?
Sybil! Wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil!
Harry, what happened?
Don't talk. I'll take care of you.
This is the part where my dad revealed to me.
Harry, why did they take your daughter? Why her?
I'm not sure myself. But, you know, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually haven't told her yet. She probably already knows anyway, though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway. Nobody knew where she came from. We didn't have any kids of our own. My wife was sick. And it didn't look like she was getting any better. So we took Cheryl in.
So in that case...
There might be some connection between Cheryl and this town.
So what do you do now?
Cheryl is my daughter. I will save her no matter what. I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask.
Psychic powers! 3, 2. You gonna try that again, Harry?
What is this?
Magical powers.
Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter.
We meet at last, Alessa.
Dominic Gillespie? Where's Cheryl? Where is she?
Alessa. This is the end of your little game.
Mama?
Could she be...
You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Alessa, my dear little girl, there is one thing left I need you to do for me.
No! Get away from me!
Bad girl. Everything's ready. Let's go home.
What's going on here?
God, she looks so creepy. Twitch. Twitch.
Harry.
Lisa.
Lisa. What happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia?
Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head.
What is it, Lisa?
So I went to look in the basement, even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there were these creepy rooms. But nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling. Like I'd been there before. Like something happened there. But I can't quite remember somehow. What was it? Harry, help me. I'm so scared. I can't take this.
It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while.
No. You don't understand.
Wait! Where do you think you're going?
That sound from down here, coming from the basement. Almost done with gameplay. I hope to get this all together and posted. Sorry, guys. Okay, so we're almost done. We're at like the last part of the game. I'm gonna save it here though, as just in case. I'm nowhere.
I'm being summoned. What happened in this town? What could be making things like this? I have a feeling if I take the elevator down, I'll find it. Cheryl.
What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets, because apparently you were also Dracula. How dare you? Betrayal, Harry. Betrayal. Because that just makes you more epic than what you should be. This place is to navigate. I won't be able to do anything in the first few rooms, I don't think. If I remember correctly. Because I won't be able to get to the cage or really anything else for that matter. That's always so creepy. Failing. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to write down that flash thing, huh? Might as well get up my notebook. Hear my joystick. I'm pretty sure the microphone's picking that up. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't use that. Well, I'm getting in. Maybe I should. I don't know. Because I got enough shotgun rounds. Oh. Now, if I was playing this on hard mode, I wouldn't be using the shotgun. Saving that ammo for Samael. Or Baphomet. Hello, baby. Go home. Thief. Drop dead. Can't imagine being bullied like that. I kind of was when I had lost my dad. Oh God, do you guys might as well tell it to so that people hopefully relate. It was a week or two after my dad had committed suicide, and the teacher had forced me to write a report as to what happened and present it to the class. I didn't have the greatest teachers. Not until I reached Oregon, of course. I never, I don't know how to word that without it sounding horrible. Fell. Think. What's this one? Yeah, I already know this. Wait, does it count all the limbs? No. Wait, no. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it does. I had to remember that real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that'd be an 8. One, two. I like that animation. I'm starting to remember a lot about my dad. So that's something I want to reflect on, especially. You know, I still have weird dreams and stuff like that. I know I mentioned that before. But it's just so strange that by the time that, you know, you think, you know, you'll forget about them or whatever, but I remember, like, it was a couple days after he had died. I had this weird dream that I was sitting in a library. And my mom and brother were just, you know, talking, having their own conversation. I was talking to him like it was just normal. And my mom said, "Allie, who are you talking to?" And then I pointed at Dad. And I said, "I'm talking to him," and he wasn't there. But yeah, it's so very, it's very strange. Like, you don't often think about how the death of others can affect you, but it does. It really does. It's just some people, they don't really talk about it that often. Silent Hill is it's special to me, you know, and again, here I was thinking that even back then that I would, I'll explain in a minute. I love this scene.
Harry,
Lisa, what's the matter with you?
I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before.
Lisa.
Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please. Harry?
I remember watching this scene with my dad too.
Lisa.
I wasn't expecting to find James in Silent Hill. I was expecting to find Harry. I asked the doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's just too weird. Still alive, but with wounds that won't heal. I told the doctor I quit and won't work in the hospital anymore. The room was filled with insects, even with the doors and the windows shut, they still get in, despite me, to the hospital. Feeling bad, need to throw up, but nothing comes out, vomiting on my bile. Blood and pus flow from the bathroom faucet. I tried to stop it, but it won't turn off. Need drug. Help me. Not much longer now. You know what? I wish if there was one thing that I could say to my dad is that I still missed him. But there's no way I can. If you go out on your own terms, you're the selfish one. But I get that you want to get free from the pain. I've been on both sides of the coin. But if you want to think that the only person you're trying to free from your pain is yourself, you're wrong. That's right, I don't nap here. I need to head back to get that clock. Oh. Anyway, I'll stop talking about memories, even though I keep saying I will. It's just they keep coming back, and I had to battle about a lot of things lately, and psychologically. Vegas or whatever. No, that's Phalanx. Vegas. I think that's the one that's down here. This place is so confusing. I don't know, Silent Hill was the last game that I could physically remember him playing through. I couldn't get inside his head. I was only a kid. Was I kidding? That's not right. I don't know. I mean, if you get to a point where you're not going to get any answers, and nobody else can provide them, where are you going to look? Really, and my mom getting mad at me because I found solace in a murderer such as James Sunderland. You shouldn't have gotten the answers from him. And yeah, well, why didn't you send me to therapy when I was a kid? Right after that happened. Why didn't you send the whole family to therapy? We needed it. For me, Silent Hill was it. It sure sounds like the thing that got me through my trauma, but it did. This is where I use the screwdriver. Wherever the screwdriver is. And I also need to deactivate them. Went up to the third floor. Don't get mad at people and how they cope with things. It's probably another thing that I had to learn myself. Where am I going here? Third floor. Those around me didn't like James, especially knowing his cave movie, but for me, I showed him mercy. A second. Light to the future. And I'm also thankful that it was my brother who had raised me too. As different as he became, and the asshole that he eventually transformed into. But he's still my family, and he still raised me to what I am, which is a gamer. And yeah, this one. us. Okay. That should do it. Shoot. Stay. Okay. I think this is the altar that says it's the white powder substance. Way to, I remember him making a reference to it somewhere. Whatever. Seriously, this is like missed level puzzles. Who else misses stuff like this? I know they did a new game called Upstairs, right? Or something. And I heard it got pretty good reviews out of it or something. I gotta check it out. And I gotta play it. And then I gotta give my opinion on it. Then I gotta work on Harry. Told I was gonna do like a memo type thing for him, but plans. Ah, no, wait. Okay. Alright. Anything? I'm getting a fanfic idea, damn it. I'm always thinking of something, thinking of stories, thinking of whatever. But for me, when I write a fanfic, I want it to make sense in terms of universe standards. Like, for me, I used to write fanfics about random things, but then now I just want to add more, like, to expand it. Okay. So now, we got that. My dad was so random. He would talk about pink elephants. There was one time we went for a hike down over by, I think it was Mount Charleston's back in Vegas. I believe it was Mount Charleston. I don't know, maybe my mom couldn't correct me on that. He pretended to slip, and I caught him, and he was like, "Aha, thanks for saving me, hero." Thanks for saving me. Hang on. Let's see. There were times that when I didn't go to bed, he would joke around. And, do you want a cheese pickled olive? And Now, before you give me that look, because I know some of you did, it was basically a piece of cheese, a whole dill pickle, like one of those miniature whole dill pickles, and an olive. The idea was that so you would be disgusted about it, so you would go back to bed and be like, no, I don't want to. You actually did that to me once. Open the bag of jelly beans, Harry. Please. Watch him spray all over. So great. Okay, so I have that tape on me. Why don't we take a detour and wash that out real quick?
What is it? Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Her skin is all charred. Even when I change the bandages, the blood and pus just start oozing through. Why? What is keeping that child alive? I can't stand it any longer. I won't tell a soul. Promise. So please.
Who the hell talks about VCR tapes anymore? It's like, or like a past, kind of like, Blockbuster. Kind of get the idea that her mother was kind of abusive. It's really sad. Which way are we going here, Harry? So it was like my 5th playthrough, I would... Consistent playthrough, I should have said. God damn it. Bastards. Last time you healed. You doing okay, Harry? Dad loved to hike, loved to climb. He's part of the Las Vegas Search and Rescue. He took my mom's last name because he hated his last name. His last name was Worm. He adopted me and my brother because he didn't want any kids, but he wanted to be in the same scenario that he was put through. But it's funny thinking that where am I going? It's not where I need to be. Harry, tell me where I need to be. Shoot. My dad was in a lot of pain. I didn't understand. I was a kid. He was thinking that if he told me if I was adopted, that it would somehow change my perspective on him. Really, are people messaging? People know when I'm almost done with this stuff. Okay, well, I know Sarah was messaging me. I hate having people wait on me too long unless they need me. Am I seriously just gonna wander around? I don't want to wander around. In here. There it is. God damn. My memory isn't that great.
Everything is going according to plan, sheltered in the womb.
But it's not done yet. Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant.
And what soul remains captured in that husk is buried deep down in the subconscious.
Are you trying to say it won't work? That wasn't our agreement.
No, these are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear, the promise shall not be broken.
But the power we could draw now will be very weak. Almost nothing. Unless we get the other half of the soul.
We'll use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come.
But that will take time.
I keep thinking 17 years, but that was the second time around. Okay. Butterfly collection. There are dolls on the floor. Just scattered over the floor. This final room is also there are old fairy tale picture books of animals and plants on the shelf. Girls clothes in all 6 maybe 7. Must be a kid of that age. Stuff is in use. Alright. This is the last area. You know, I'm glad that Silent Hill doesn't delay. They know when you have key items. I'm kind of glad how they handled that. Okay. Now go ahead. Save 3 hours time, not bad. Or I was thinking it would take 6 to 7 hours. That's what I was worried about.
No, I don't want to. Do what Mommy tells you now. I just want you to lend me a teeny bit of your power. That's all. No, I don't want to do it. It will make everyone happy, and it's for your own good, too. Oh, but Mommy, I just want to be with you. Just 2 of us. Please understand. Oh, yes, I see. Maybe Mommy has been wrong.
Mommy!
Why didn't I see this before? There's no reason to wait. Herein lies the mother's womb, containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself.
Mommy?
Dum dum dum. Plot twist. Hey Harry, before we go into battle, can we please explain the magical pockets that you have? Anyway, I'm hoping it doesn't take much longer now. I did necessary stuff for the good plus ending, so I don't see why not.
I was shocked to realize the Talisman of Metatron was being used. In spite of the lost soul returning at last. Just a little longer and all would have been for naught. It's all because of that man. We must be thankful to him. Even though Alessa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity.
Freeze! What in the devil's name?
I mean, Samael. Sorry, Sybil, I love you.
Dahlia.
Well, well, well. To think you'd make it this far.
Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her?
What are you talking about? You've seen her many times, restored to her former self.
I'm in no mood for jokes.
Don't you see? She's right there.
That's absurd.
You are the only one who thinks so.
Why?
Because.
Why are you doing this?
Because she can.
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise.
You mean hell?
My daughter will be the mother of God.
Here comes Kaufman.
Quit screwing around. Return things to how they were before.
Kaufman!
Did I ask for this? Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this.
Your role is over. We don't need you anymore. What do you think you can accomplish by coming here?
My, aren't we getting cocky? Bet you can't see this and keep it cool.
Gracias.
I thought I got rid of that.
All I had to do was plant it somewhere for you to find. You all, well, kept me busy. Ha! You're easy. And there's more where this came from.
Stop it!
Very slow and dramatic without music. Dum tum tum tum. It's supposed to be like dramatic, but it kind of draws out a little bit, like unnecessary without music.
Huh? What the?
Here comes Samael. Yo, hey, Daphne, what's up? So, you're trying to be birthed into the physical realm. That's not something we need. Orange Jackson. Consistent. Let's keep it that way. Okay, Harry, we can do this. We got enough. That doesn't jolt you awake, Harry. I don't know what will. Huh. My gang, let's get my god here. Thanks, bro. Well, praise Harry Mason for he killed God. Sorry. That's such a bad meme. Wraps it up, guys. Happy 20th year anniversary, Silent Hill. I'm almost sad that Konami isn't doing anything for you. Hopefully they'll take a lesson from Capcom this time around. Again. And say, maybe the world needs survival horror. Come on, Sybil. You too. know, I mean, get back Team Siren, or get people who know what they're talking about. Stop messing around. We need it. We need Silent Hill. The right side of the I hope you guys enjoyed the memories that I shared. Or else. The nostalgia that I carried for it. You know why Silent Hill has a special place in my heart. Nobody will ever understand it. And that's the sad part of it. Running into the phone. Okay. Wonder what ending. Well, I know what ending I got. I got the good plus, but I wonder what rating for the first playthrough I got. Maybe the first playthrough in terms of the memory card that I'm using. At this rate, I'm hoping that I can get everything uploaded by Monday. But it's 10 o'clock as I get done with this. Miss you, Dad. There was a part of me that makes me think that you would have enjoyed Silent Hill 3 better than 2. And that you would have despised all the Imposters remakes of Resident Evil. And that you would have been proud to see that game be put into motion for the remake. Sorry we never got to play it together. But I'll keep going. I'm sure of it. Seriously, they should have just kept them two together. They've been through so much. I know they actually had motion actors for this too. 70. Easy go plus. So it's 18 continues. I thought it continues. Took me about 3 hours. Alright. Next year. Next year, guys. Next year. Don't cause too much trouble now, okay? I hope you had fun. Later.